win, the left lane always has right of way. They always exit first. Racers and spectators are allowed to come and go freely from the facility, but always keep your wristbands or receipts so you can get back in without being charged a second time. If you want to cross over from one side of the track to the other, you can utilize the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, but there is to be no spectating from that bridge at all. No spectating on the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. The only people allowed in the start line are necessary crew and authorized personnel. No spectators allowed. You have to have a restricted band to go into any restricted areas. You can find these at Tech. Racers, and in fact anyone in restricted areas, must have at least a not a long shirt, but a t-shirt, long pants, and closed-toed shoes, and hearing protection is recommended. So no tank tops, no shorts, no sandals, no flip-flops. You must have at the minimum of a t-shirt, long pants, and closed-toe shoes. If you need help in regards to anything to your safety or health, you can please find any staff member. And once again, a reminder that time slips can now be printed off of the Mission Raceway app or at the kiosk inside of the Pro Shop, located across from concession. Your run order for the afternoon, we're going to be starting it off with we're going to start with the Outlaw. Outlaw will be first, followed by Motorcycle, Sports Compact, and Domestic. This will be rotating throughout the course of the afternoon with Union Street and 3 scheduled intervals throughout the night. This rotation will continue until at 11 p.m. at the latest. There's an 11 p.m. shutdown, so we will be racing until 11 p.m. at the latest. We are expected to start at 5 o'clock. That is in 13 minutes. Once again, welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Let's have a good night. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All racers to the base of the timing tower. All racers. There is a mandatory drivers meeting at the base of the timing tower. It'll probably only take about 5 minutes. So once again, that is all drivers to the base of the timing tower. You have a mandatory drivers meeting in 5 minutes. All drivers, base of the tower. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for the mandatory drivers meeting. Base of the timing tower. Final call for a mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers, base of the timing tower. That meeting is starting. You have to get down here. Attention the pits, attention the pits. It's that time of day. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, come on down. Lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. So first pair coming up to the line. Tony Brand brings up that 1973 Nova out of North Vancouver with a 434 cubic inch motor under the hood. Facing off against the Nova Twin over in the Lordco side. Tony Brand hopping out in front. And goes 1037, 127 miles an hour, right lane. Goes 1067 at 134. Bring up Adam Blender in that ChopMyRate.ca 2018 Audi. Facing off against Lauren Stewart in that 03 Mustang. Blender caught napping on the tree, but immediately drives around him. And on a good tear up to that quarter-mile mark, Blender making a lot of appearances at the Friday Test and Tunes before the JBS Equipment AT Series. Blender goes 946, 146 miles an hour. Lauren Stewart, 1399 with a 4 at 66. Rob Monroe Jr. will bring his Nova up to the lanes, racing against Robert McLean in that 2018 Camaro ZL1. And, well, it is old, best in the new. Monroe jumping way out in front. To the quarter, 10:66, 96 miles an hour, backing off at that quarter-mile mark. McLean goes 11:37 at 1:23. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycles to the lanes. Motorcycles, come on up. Motorcycles, come on up. And a lot of wheel spin off the hitch there. It's still trying to pedal through it for Dean Henschke. Scott Morneau running down track in that Chevy S10 goes 10:51, 128 miles an hour. While Henschke goes 16:07 at 95 and leaves quite a bit of fluid down behind there on the starting line. Good grief. That is a mess to clean up. Thankfully, just water, so quickly cleaned up. Joel Smith brings up the 71 Zapstrap Racing Jerry's OK Tire Pontiac. Racing Don Yasugi in the Blue Water Project Mustang. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact to lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact coming up to lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact to 2 and 3. Joel Smith getting out in front of Don Yasugi, and the Pontiac will get there first. And on top of Sport Compact to lanes 2 and 3, motorcycles, this is your second call to lane 1. Motorcycles, second call to lane 1. Motorcycles to lane 1, second call. Bring up Malia Basile in the Malia 2018 Audi RS3 to race against Brad Thomas in the mean green Lorco Auto Parts Mustang. Brad Thomas, a runner in Jerry's OK Tire Real Street, and expecting him to put together a solid run. Oh, a lot of wheel spin, trying to pedal it. Gets into the groove, trying to run it out the back door. Basile in hot pursuit. And looking like Basile going to lift out early. Brad Thomas goes 991, 124 miles an hour. I promise you, top speed was way higher. Went 128 at the 8th. Ten to the pits, 10 to the pits. Sport Compact, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact, this is your second call to lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact, second call, lanes 2 and 3. Josh M running out with that VLT Mustang. 4 seconds on the reaction time. And goes 992, 138 miles an hour, pops the laundry at the quarter. Bring up Dallas Metters, 86 Mustang Fox body, goes at 11:24, 116 miles an hour. That closes out the Outlaw passes, and we'll take her in a motorcycle. Casey Inglis brings up his Harley Davidson, races against Paul Serdar in the Gixxer Suzuki. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact, final call for Sport Compact. Sport Compact, final call. And Domestic coming up, lanes 4 and 5. Domestic, first call to lanes 4 and 5. Domestic to 4 and 5. Quarter mile mark, Paul Serdar gets there first, goes 9:82, 144 miles an hour. Casey Inglis goes 11:55 at 118. And that brings up Lee Gallant in that 2008 Suzuki alongside Ralph Steen in that ZX-19 Kawasaki. And Ralph Steen jumps the gun. They'll back it up. They might let him try to take another swing at it. Lee Gallant going to run down track, goes 10:03 at 147. Oh, Corey Craig having to lean it over to the left a little bit to keep that bike in the groove. The Black 19 Spectrum Motorsports Hayabusa running down track, gets there with a 9:11 at 151. Chris Rathe goes at 10:24 at 137 in the 2008 ZX-10R. And that brings up Charles Leake in the 2003 Kawasaki, racing Chris Leake in another Kawasaki, but Chris Leake sporting double the CCs that Charles has. .1033, 140 miles an hour for Chris Leake. Charles Leake goes 12:82 at 112. Bring up Steve Abusini, the Blackbird world record holder with a 7:15 at 195 miles an hour. The CBR going up against Tom Torrens Daytona Motorsports Kraken. Abusini with quite a bit of wheel spin. Tom Torrens goes 2,000 red on the tree. Abusini goes 8:74, 168 miles an hour. Torrens goes 8:89 at 153. So going to shut things down just for a brief moment. Going to check something out at the 1,000-foot ET sensor on the right-hand side. And we'll be back up to running again shortly. Sounds like we might be about to get underway, and we do want to once again just remind folks that domestic have been called to lanes 4 and 5. I'd assume most domestic cars are already backed, but once again, that is domestic to 4 and 5. So we roll into Sport Compact, Honda Civic coming up over here, TCS side. Getting set to face off against Warren Eater in that BMW 335i. And looking like the BMW might have the Honda beat on this one. Eater goes 1297 at 106. The left lane goes 1314 at 113 miles an hour. Bring out the next pair. Two Audis running down track. Chris Liu over in the right lane. Left lane will get there ahead. Goes 1260 with a 4. 70 miles an hour. Right lane goes 1223 at 112. Bring up Steven Taraceno, bringing up a 1985 Porsche 944. 2.2-liter Ecotec motor under the hood, racing against Shubin Guan in that BMW F82. Bit of a lurch and a stop for the Porsche. So once again, we want to remind all racers, no AC when you are coming up to the staging lane. All drivers, no AC when coming up to the staging lanes. AC equals water. Water plus track equals no race. No AC, period. Please don't make us remind you 4 times like we did 2 weeks ago. Bring up Max Lee. That BMW over here at TCS side. Race against Haolu in the 2024 Corvette. And both cars started the run down track. Quarter mile mark looking like the left lane dragging the brakes a bit. Haolu goes 12.24. 107 miles an hour. Left lane goes 13.40 at 61. Rolling into domestic. Kevin Fast in that last pass with an Infiniti 635 going 12.55 at 119. Jackson in the 22 BMW going 13.12 at 107. Bring up a Pontiac over here. TCS lane racing against CJ Hookham in the 2010 Challenger. Solid launch for CJ Hookham. Running way down track and goes 13.30 with a 9 at 105 miles an hour. Left lane goes 14.75 at 98. A lot of wheel spin, kicking the tail end out and nearly going around. Len Banky with a bit of a wild ride at the hitch. We'll bring up Owen Carr for the accomplishments. Tyler Carr's brother, family car racing team in the 1966 Acadian. Racing against the Dart over on the Lordco side. Continuing on through domestic on their first rotation, Matt Dawson and Jeff Nyland will come on up to the lanes. A pair of Chevy pickups. Left lane leaving with a bit more pep in its step than the right. Although Nyland started to run Dawson down. Oh, I can't get around him. But just under a tenth and a half. Matt Dawson will win that grudge match. 14.64 and 98 to Jeff Nyland with a 14.70 at 102. Bring up Matt DeBorsier with Cody Coopsey. 71 Plymouth through a 71 Chevelle. The green Chevelle trying to chase down a Plymouth Magnum over there, TCS side. Left lane gets there first, 12.71, 111 miles an hour. Coopsey goes 14.26 at 95. And that brings up Graham McNeil in the 2014 Ford Mustang, racing against Ethan Silwera in the 6.2 liter 2014 Chevy Camaro. And the Camaro doesn't leave. Stalls on the line. McNeil going to get out there in front and goes 12.88. 110 miles an hour. Bring up Corey Whitelock in the 2002 GMC pickup, racing against Kevin Major in the 1990 S10 wagon. Kevin Major goes 12.03, 113 miles an hour. Corey Whitelock goes 13 seconds flat with the 1 at 110.
Car number Farley.
Brent Elliott brings up the 1986 El Camino to race Jen Stoutenberg in a 1980 Malibu. So I would sort this out on the starting line. Just want to give another reminder about car numbers. Big and bold on the left-hand side. Big and bold on the left-hand side. You have to be able to see it from at least 50 feet away because we're looking at it from almost double that distance up here in the tower. So big and bold left-hand side. has to be clearly visible from at least 50 feet away. The bigger, the better. Brent Elliott goes 11.64, 116 miles an hour. Jen Stoutenberg goes 15.60 at 87. Bring up Keith Pletcher. In another Nova to race against Harry Kutzer. How about that? Close race at the quarter mile for Dan Crawford and Costas Papadopoulou going out there, only 0.3 of a second separating them. For those that are looking for a bit of a colder beverage, there is a beer garden that is on the far end of the grandstands on the right-hand side. It is marked out by orange pylons. There's a beer garden that's currently open for business on the right lane side of the grandstands at the far end. Not the launch that Crawford was hoping for. Costas getting out in front in that Corvette. The Jerry's OK Tires machine running down track goes 11.24, 126 miles an hour, left lane. 16.63 at 85. Chris Beardshaw, the next one up in that 1969 Dart, racing against John Konowalchuk. 62 Ford over there, Lloyd Colleen. And that little car's got a lot of movement underneath it. 12.13, 112 miles an hour. Beardshaw goes 13.98 at 100. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw coming up, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to 1 and 2. Chase Cranmore racing a Camaro, racing against Rex Jessamine in a 1980 K5 Blazer. Quarter mile left lane gets there first, 11.87, 115 miles an hour. Rex Jessamine goes 12.54 at 108. And here's a bit of an older Charger, late 2000s Charger over here, TCS lane. Going up against, I believe that to be a Chevy pickup over there on the Lordkill lane. And immediately corrected that it was a Dodge. My pickup and motorbike knowledge continues to be surprisingly lax. Dustin Downey brings up the My Boy Blue Ford GT racing, Ford Mustang GT racing up against another Chevrolet Corvette over there in the right lane. That Corvette's been making some passes on the last two Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals. It's made quite a few runs, in fact, throughout 2024. Good to see some of the faster cars always coming out to party with us on Friday night. Bit of wheel spin for the Corvette, and Hopper pursued the Mustang with wheel spin. And the Mustang gets there first. 12-20 with an 8, 126 miles an hour. A little bit of a pedal fest, that one. The Corvette goes 1168 at 118. Bring up one last Chevy Camaro to wrap out domestic, and it is going to be driven by Darius C. And a bit more wheel spin. He'll take that Camaro down track. And goes 1346 at 110. So that'll do it for our first rotation. And we'll be starting it all over in just a few moments. Well, I hear engines firing up and cars rolling around the corner, so we're about to get back underway for the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legals. Second rotation of the evening. Tony Brand brings it up in the 1973 Nova to race against Lawrence Stewart in that 03 Mustang. Wheels up, launch for Tony Brand, almost striking the tail that time. Lawrence Stewart in hot pursuit, but Tony Brand can get there way out in front. Goes 10:37, 127 miles an hour. 12:51 and 114 for the lower co-lane. Oh, look out. Scott Morneo hops that truck over to the right and pulls over to the left. Adam Blender running down track of the Audi goes 936, 147 miles an hour. That was a good save from Scott there in that Chevy S10 to keep that truck from launching too far sideways. That could have been a nasty ride. That truck really lurched over on the right rear, it looked like. Picked the left front off the ground. Dallas Metters in the 79 Mustang. We'll have to duke it out with Dean Henschke in that 1968 Ford. Bring up Dallas Metters and Dean Henschke. Pair of Fords running down track, both of them Mustangs, different years though. And Metters goes 11:02, 117 miles an hour. Dean Henschke goes 13:74 at 104. Malia Basile running down track in that 2018 Audi. Now we're going up against Joel Smith for the Zapstrap Racing, Jerry's OK Tire Pontiac. And how about that? Smith going to get there first. Goes 11:21 to 9:09. Had about a 2-second head start there on Basile. And the 976 at 142. Going to go there on the left lane. John Koosman brings out the white Cocoa Corvette Racing Rob Monroe Jr., the Winter Harbor Marine. machine. Oh boy, that Corvette on a tear, chasing after the Acadian. And makes the pass, 981, 141 miles an hour. Caught there half a second ahead of Monroe, who went 1073 at 97. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles to lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles coming up to lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles to 3 and 4. Bring up the Dart. Bring up the Camaro. Both drivers with some not so stellar reaction times. The Camaro spitting smoke out of the left-hand side. It's going to die out at about 1,000 feet. Goes 1129, 127 miles an hour. Left lane goes 1254 at 106. Bring up the next pair. Ken Christensen running down track of the 2014 Mustang, racing Don Yasug in the Blue Water Project Mustang. Christensen goes 11.99 with a 9 and then an 818 miles an hour. Yasugi goes 12.91 at 105. Attention to the pits. Final call for motorcycles. Final call for motorcycles. And that brings up Razvan Dejean in the 1996 Volkswagen Golf front-wheel drive but sporting the chute, racing Jeffrey Bellman in the 1968 Cougar dubbed Lucy. And Volkswagen trying to find some speed. Dejean goes 932, 163 miles an hour. Bellman goes 1138 at 120. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact coming up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Continuing through our outlaw pairs, Cody Martin brings it up. Left lane. Right lane, napping a little bit on the line. Martin gets out there in front, goes 1040 with a 6, 131 miles an hour. Right lane, slowly cruising up the top end, goes 1436 at 99. Wheel spin, wheel spin, wheel spin for the Falcon. Gets back in it. Not an ideal run, though, for the Ford Falcon. He'll abort that run, only goes 1422 at 74 miles an hour. Bring up a Civic. Just like the front-wheel drive Golf, this one also front-wheel drive. Sported a chute on the back. Raj Lal brings up the Civic. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact, second call to the lanes. Sport Compact, second call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, second call. Quite a bit of backfiring, paying off the chip. As Raj Lal tries to make a pass and goes 1101 at 131 miles an hour. roll into motorcycles. Now, these are some of the quickest passes that run on the Friday Night Street Legal night. Always puts on a good show. Tom Turan and Corey Craig coming on up. The Daytona Motorsports Kraken bringing it up over here TCS side. The Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Hayabusa over in the Lordco lane. Tom Turan, of course, with a couple wins under his belt already in JBS equipment competition in 2024. Was due to compete in the CMDRA races last weekend before getting it rained out. Turan off and flying. 886, 153 miles an hour for the left lane. Right lane, Corey Craig, 910 with a 2 at 151. That brings up Paul Zerdar in the Gixxer Suzuki racing Chris Rathie with the 2008 ZX 10R. Quarter mile. Zerdar gets there first by 3/10. 980 with a 4, 144 miles an hour. Rathie goes 10:06 with a 7 at 138. The old Harley coming back up. Casey Inglis brings it up on a low rider machine, racing against Lee Gallant in the 2008 Suzuki. Gallant goes down track, goes 981, 142 miles an hour. Inglis goes 1141 with a 2 at 118. Bring up Charles Leake in the 2003 Kawasaki, racing Chris Leake. So the pair of Kawasaki's last time, Chris sporting double the CCs that Charles has over here left-hand side. Got there way out in front on the first pass. I'm expecting a repeat of that one here this afternoon. Chris Lee gets there first, 0.7 of a second, 12:29 with an 8, 132 miles an hour. Charles Lee goes 12:70 with an 8 at 115. That was the last of the motorcycles. We'll start to roll back to the Sport Compact. Second rotation of the night. First pair running down track. Left one gets there first, 12:50 with 9, 112 miles an hour. Haulu goes 13:007 at 109 in the BMW right-hand side. Now this is a sight for sore eyes. Sam Wood brings up the 1971 Volkswagen Beetle. Nice, bright, and green. Racing against Noel Lagbas in a 2022 Genesis. Quite literally old versus new, a hatchback versus sports sedan. And, well, that goes about the way you would expect. Lagbas running down track on the right-hand side. The Genesis way out in front. 12:85, 109 miles an hour. Sam Wood will only muster a 1931 at 66. Bring up Sean Kendaya with a 2012 Audi, racing against Chris Liu A bit of a newer Audi. This one from 2023. Liu goes 12.05 at the 112 miles an hour. Kendaya goes 13.86 at 101. Bringing up Stu Kendaya, running a Mercedes E550 motor alongside Adrian Salzovic in the 2019 BMW E63. Salzovic goes 10.42, 142 miles an hour. Kendaya goes 13.05 at 106. Well, it seems like it's Volkswagen night out here. We got another Beetle. Now, this one, I remember. That car can launch. Keep an eye out for it. It's a sleeper for sure. The Audi lagging behind. Might have underestimated the car he was racing against. And the Beetle goes 12.09, 113 miles an hour. Right lane goes 11.85 at 124. Keeping with that Volkswagen trend, we've got a Golf over here, TCS side. Lucas Zhang brings it up alongside Kevin Fast with a 2005 Infiniti 635. $11.50 with an 8, 120 miles an hour for Lucas Zhang. Kevin Fast brings it up with a 12.67 at 116. Bring up Monica Larson. Believe that to be a Porsche Cayenne. Don't see those around all that often anymore. Debo Zhao running up there in the 2022 BMW. Zhao goes 11.78 at 117 miles an hour. Larson with a 13.92 at 100 miles an hour, dead on. Bring up a BMW TCS lane, and it'll be a pair. Lucas Zhang out of Richmond brings it up on the Lordco lane. So BMW heads up grudge match. Oh, careful, don't roll too far through those beams now. Right lane with a head start. And looking like that head start goes his way. Lucas Zhang running down track. Gets there first, 10.81, 127 miles an hour. Left lane goes 11.46 at 121. Joey Fu brings it up against Max Lee. Lee goes 11.54, 108 miles an hour. Joey Fu goes 14.36 at 95. Bring up a Honda Civic. Facing off against an Audi, right-hand side. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is domestic. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Steve Carmichael and Jingzi Wang, the next two down track. 1989 Honda CRX going up against the Audi TT. And Wang way out in front. 1071, 132 miles an hour. Carmichael goes 1421 at 109. So the sedan over here, TCSI, trying to stage with the rear wheels. The 2024 Corvette brings it up on the right-hand side. Heads up race this, and by under 0.3 of a second, the Corvette gets there first. 1172, 118 miles an hour. Left lane goes 1252 at 110. Jackson brings out the 2022 BMW Racing Shubin Guan. So a pair of Beamers over here. And well, with a 1 second head start, I doubt the right lane will get there. And it won't. Jackson gets there first, 1257, 109 miles an hour. Right lane, Shubin Guan goes 1202 at 120. Bram Hadji-Dong, 2022 BMW, racing against another Beamer, Lordco side. Nothing quite yet on file for this driver over here in the right lane. I can tell you it's a Beamer, though. I can tell you that much. Solid launch from the left lane. Lacking on the reaction time, 1.7 seconds, but a decent 60-foot time. 11:19, 126 miles an hour. Right lane goes 14:23 at 61. Bring up Stefan Lyron with a 2018 Mercedes C63. Sorry, that's a BMW. So not quite a Mercedes C63, but might be sharing a number with one. The BMW gonna go 1406, 95 miles an hour. And it's a Honda. Left lane, right lane. It's a Volkswagen. What model? Well, it's a Golf. This will be the last pair of sport compact cars. We'll be rolling into domestic next. So for all the Ford and Dodge and Chevy fans, well, this is your time to get to the fence. Left lane, 17-12, 87 miles an hour. Right lane, Willie Fury goes 18-31 at 82. Cody Coopsey brings it up first in the green Chevelle. Running a car that usually runs in the sportsman category for JBS Equipment Races, over in the right-hand side. So a bracket racer brings it up in the right lane. Turns on the red light by a little bit. Left lane, 14-14 with an 8, 95 miles an hour. Right lane goes 13-42 at 101. Want to once again remind everybody there is a beer garden on the property this afternoon. It can be found right-hand side of the bleachers at the far end by about the 8th mile mark. You see all those orange pylons down there with the yellow tape? That's where the beer garden's located. Right side of the racetrack, far end of the bleachers. We continue on through domestic. Mike Glockson goes up against Brent Elliott. And the 86 El Camino gets there first, goes 11.62, 116 miles an hour. While the Dodge goes 13.30 at 103. Left lane, gonna get there first on this pass, 13.48 with a 6, 106 miles an hour. Matt Dawson goes 14.47 at 99. Bring up the first Malibu of this rotation. Oh, sorry, not a Malibu. A K5 Blazer driven by Rex Jessamine, facing off against Jeff Nyland's Chevy pickup. $12.88 for Jessamine, 105 miles an hour. Jeff Nyland goes 13.84 at 102. That brings up Kevin Major in the 1990 S10, racing against Matt DeBourcier in the 1971 Plymouth Magnum. Half-second reaction time for both. And Major will get there first, goes 12.07 at 113. DeBourcier goes 12.49 at 111. So bring up Owen Carr and Chris Beardshaw. The family car racing team Acadian brings it up on the left-hand side, and it's a Dodge Dart over on the Lordco lane. Left lane out in front, but it'll be the right lane to get there first. Makes the charge at the top end, 1374, 101 miles an hour. Owen Carr goes 1412 at 94. And that brings up and the Chevy goes at 17 seconds dead on with the 2 at the top end. 81 miles an hour. Right lane Camaro goes 1641 at 88. Cam Penner brings up the race with Doug Charger, but that Charger no match for a Corvette's top-end charge. 1185, 118 miles an hour. Cam Penner goes 1531 at 89. And that'll bring up Jody King, running the 1998 Dodge to race against Supreet Rukal in a 2013 GMC pickup. So attention all racers, attention all racers. Once again, want to give a passive-aggressive reminder that you are not allowed to run faster than 14 seconds with a passenger. It's a really big safety problem. If you're running with a passenger, they have to have a helmet. You cannot go faster than 14 seconds. Non-negotiable. 14 seconds or slower with a passenger, and they must have a helmet. Rolling on through domestic. Harry Witter brings up a 2006 Corvette out of Poco. Racing a newer generation Corvette in the right lane. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Junior Street to the lane. Junior Street to the lanes. That is NHRA. Junior Street to the lanes. The newer Corvette won that last race, and in this current one here, well, it'll be the pickup. The GMC pickup goes 1343 at 108. Corey Whitelock takes it around. Dan Crawford, we'll have to try again next time. Bring up a Dodge pickup, facing off against another GMC machine. Camaro v Ford running down track. Camaro gets there out in front, 11:58, 126 miles an hour. Mustang goes 15:11 at 106. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. NHRA Junior Street, second call. NHRA Junior Street, second call to the lanes. Junior Street, second call to the lanes. Bram Chase Cranmore in the 2010 Camaro goes 12:44 to 115. Right lane. Bit of a slow stroll up to the lines. He'll go 18:73 at 52. And that brings up John Konowalchuk. 1962 Ford Falcon. Raced against C.J. Hookham in the Challenger. Attain to the pits, attain to the pits. Outlaw to lanes 1, 2, and 3. Outlaw coming up, lanes 1, 2, and 3. So this is our junior street program that runs on all JBS equipment weekends. These are kids aged 13 to 17. They are practicing to become full-time racers. They are the next generation. And they are pretty impressive at that. Tyler in the right lane there, in that Chevy's Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500. He went near undefeated last season. Took about, I think, 11 out of a total 14 wins last season. It was an unprecedented number, many of them in a row. Has not had the best of starts this season, but this is a very, very special program. I mean, these kids, they work just as hard as any racer to hone their craft, make sure that they're going to be able to put on a show every single weekend. They only race to the 8th mile mark, but the racing is still just as close as any bracket race weekend. Josephine and James running down track. Most of these vehicles that they run are street legal. James runs 10:11 at 68 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. Josephine, 10:55 at 68. Now, if you are interested in getting involved in the Junior Street program, whether you have a son or you are one that is a proper age, a son or a daughter, of course, there is a Junior Street tent. That'll be down at the 8th mile mark. So there's a Junior Street tent at the 8th mile mark for anybody that has questions. They'll be making a few exhibition passes throughout the course of the afternoon, showcasing off some of Mission Raceway Park's next generation of racers. Want to once again give a big shout out to Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring the Friday Night Street Legals. This event would not be possible without their long-standing support, along with other major sponsors of the racetrack, of course, TCS Performance Products, or TCS Transmission Products, and Torque Converters, of course, Titanium Auto Group, coming on to sponsor the strip as a whole. Lordco Auto Parts, another big one, along with so many others. You can check them out. All of their signage is all along both sides of the grandstands. Again, we would not be able to put on these shows every single week if it weren't for their support. So when you do have the opportunity, be sure to show your support to all of our sponsors. I am sure they would very much appreciate it. Still down for a little bit more track prep before we roll back into the Outlaw category. Touching up that starting line. Outlaws and motorcycles, often some of the quickest and fastest passes that you'll be seeing on a street legal night. Not uncommon to see a couple of bracket races out to party. I can see Mike Renders brought his Chevy S10 out there in the staging lanes. So we roll out the first pair. And it is a classic Chevy v Ford grudge match. 2018 Camaro versus a 2014 Mustang GT. Robin McLean brings it up over here TCS side. Ken Christensen brings it up on the Lordco side. McLean's got that Mustang beat on the tree. Still out in front of the 8th. Pulling distance at 1,000 feet. And completes that run to the quarter. Goes 11:39 at 123 miles an hour. Lordco Lane goes 11:82 at 119 for the Mustang. Bring in Adam Blenders. ChopMyRate.ca Audi. Racing against Lauren Stewart in the 2003 Ford Mustang. Well, the Audi out with a pretty big head start on that one by about 0.8 of a second. This one not going to be close. Blender goes 9:43, 147 miles an hour. Lauren Stewart, 12:31 at 115. Brings up the Fox body, driven by Dallas Metters. Racing Karen Price in a Chevy S10. Mike Rentner brings up the Chevy S10. Now that S10 is one of the pro bracket runners that we see every single week for JBS Equipment ET races. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes. Motorcycles coming up to the lanes. Motorcycles to the lanes. Continuing to roll on through. That last pass for Brad Thomas, 9:78. And the Lord Auto Parts Mean Green Mustang, 161 miles an hour. Left lane had the jump, but the right lane gets there first. 11.3 makes the pass at 125 miles an hour. Left lane backs out to only go 13.21 at 79. So just going out for a quick moment to check the racetrack. A little bit of tire smoke off the side of the left lane. So going to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. Jeffrey Bellman will be bringing up the 1968 Cougar Dub Lucy, sporting 363 cubic inches of Ford motor underneath that hood. Will be due to face off against Josh M. in the VLT Mustang. Everything clear? We're going to be running cars again. So Bellman and Josh get set to stage. Mustang Fox body left second, but Jeffrey Bellman weaving all over the place in the groove at the start. Josh M goes 9:57, 142 miles an hour. Bellman goes 13:24 at 80. Bring up the Honda Civic, driven by Raj Lal. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, come on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Building the boost. Car jerks to the right, back to the left. And a near miss for Raj Lal. Still pedaling it. And he'll keep it in the groove. Goes 10:67 at 134. Bring up the Corvette, driven by Justin Berkey. Or Camaro, my apologies. Going up against the Dodge Dart. Pretty easy launch off the hitch for the Camaro. And Justin Berkey will get out there way in front, 1087 at 127. Paranovas. Joel Smith trying to get after Tony Brand. Zapstrap Racing and Jerry's OK Tire represented over here left lane. And that car gets there first. 10:46 at 128 miles an hour. The right lane went 10:35. So a much faster time in the right lane, but left by a good 0.2 of a second slower than Joel Smith did left-hand side. Brings up Rob Monroe Jr. in that Winter Harbor Marine 1969 Acadian. The last Outlaw car to run this rotation. .10:29, 102 miles an hour, and that will take us into motorcycles. It's a Leak family affair. Chris v. Charles. Last two attempts, Chris Leak was in the right lane and Charles in the left. This time they're flipping it around. But the results will look to be the same. And it'll be 3 for 3 for Chris Leak. Brings up the next pairing, Corey Craig in the black Lightning Spectre Motorsports Hayabusa, racing Tom Turan and the Daytona Motorsports Suzuki, dubbed the Kraken. Turan turns on the red light by 7 thou. On a good tear, though, to the top end of the racetrack. 869, 154 miles an hour. Corey Craig, left-hand side, goes 893 at 152. And for the TCS Slate, this time around, bring up that 2020 Harley once again, driven by Casey Inglis for the lowrider. Going head-to-head with Keith Schmidt in the 2001 Harley. Pair of muscle bikes running down track. Inglis gets there first, 11:53, 117 miles an hour. Keith Schmidt, 11:88 at 115. And that will bring up the next pair. Paul Serdar takes the Gixxer Suzuki to race against Lee Gallant in a 2008 Suzuki. By just under 2/10, Lee Gallant goes 947, 149 to take it in the right lane. Left lane, 985 at 143. And that takes us to Chris Raffy, the last motorbike in this rotation with the 2008 ZX-10R. .10:32, 137 miles an hour. And that will take us back to Sport Compact. And we headed off with a BMW versus an Audi. A Mercedes versus an Audi. Owen Leibich out of Squamish brings up the 2012 Mercedes C15 to race Favjem Isopald in that Audi RS3 right-hand side. And, well, the Mercedes has got a big jump. Audi's got some work if he wants to run him down. Starting to close, though. Oh, I can't get there. Leibich goes into the next, into the next rotation. 1246, 113. Isopald will no doubt be out again. 1203 at 124 miles an hour. Bring him Adrian Salsevich. The 2019 Mercedes E63 to race Haolu. Talk about wheel spin from Kevin Fast over there in that Infinity right-hand side. The VW Beetle gets there first, 1220 at 113. Fast goes 1246 at 118. We continue to roll through Sport Compact. The other VW Beetle only going 19 seconds this time out. Had Shidong, his opponent, in the 2022 BMW, went 11:17 at 126. Well, I'm not a racer. I am an announcer for a reason, but I don't think launching backwards is a good way to get a good time in. A mistake that no doubt is not going to be repeating itself, or at least for that car throughout the night. Would be surprised if I said that's not even the first time I've seen that happen. It's not even the second nor the third. Ten to the pits, 10 to the pits. Domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Last pair of Sport Compact coming up to the line here. Steve Carmichael brings up the 89 Honda Civic to race Jingzi Wang in the Audi. Rolling steady on through domestic, Rex Jessamine goes 12.68 at 102 miles an hour. Left lane goes 13.72 at 106. Bring up Matt Dawson and Len Benke. Pair of S10s running down track. Chris Armstrong takes the Dodge Dart to a 13.77 at 99 miles an hour. Jeff Nyland goes 13.87 at 100. Next pair up, Owen Carr and Matt DeBourcier. The Plymouth goes 11.83, 112 miles an hour. Quite a bit of smoke, though, out of the top end. Man, that is a lot of smoke out there. Owen Carr goes a 14.01 at 94. So Safe Crew's going to go out, check the track, make sure everything is in tip-top shape. track being deemed as clear. We're going to roll back into action here. Darius Kandaya takes up the 2018 Camaro to race against Kaiser Wishart in the 1998 Camaro. Rolling steady on through domestic. Kandaya goes 13:01 at 111 miles an hour. Wishart goes 14:53 at 95. That takes us up for another Malibu V pickup grudge match. Jen Stoutenberg will go up against Owen Carr. Running down track, Stoutenberg goes 14:82, 88 miles an hour. Owen Carr goes 17:17 at 80 miles an hour. Rolls us up to a Pontiac not yet on file, racing against Braden Alexander in a 2021 Corvette. Oh, heads up for Alexander. Got a little close to the center line there, way out of the groove. Quarter mile mark goes 14:24, 101. Alexander going to abort that run wisely, I would say. 19.6 seconds. We pull up Graham McNeil in that 2014 Ford Mustang to race Chris Beardshaw in the 69 Dart. McNeil goes 12:75 at 112, while Chris Beardshaw goes 13:69 with a 4 at 101. And that takes us to Chris Parks for the 2022 GMC to race against Sean with a GMC Acadia over on the Lordco side. $14.31 and 89 miles an hour. Sean goes 15.29 at 90 miles an hour. And that pulls up another Dodge pickup. This one on a solo pass. And how about that? A pair of Corvettes rolling into the water box. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Outlaw to the lanes, outlaw to the lanes, outlaw coming up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Corvette on Corvette crime here. Harry Witter takes that 06 Corvette to race against Costas Papadopuio. And this time it's the old to best the new. Harry Witter goes 12:37 at 118. Costas goes 14:69 at 88. And another Dodge v Camaro battle. Charger bringing it up over here, TCS side. Cam Penner to race Kai Johnson. Bit of a lurch to the left-hand side there for Penner. And start lane crews out there by about the 8th mile blocks, checking something out. Looking like it is all clear. Next pairing up will be Jody King, running a 2006 Chrysler, facing off against Chris Timms. And, well, can you guess the Ford? It's a Mustang. There's a lot of them. There often are. Who would have thought that muscle cars would be popular drag cars? Jody King runs down track, goes 11.97 at 118 miles an hour. Chris Timms, 13.19 at 106. And how about this? A Cadillac brings it up into the lanes. Cadillac's not a sight you see all that often at racetracks in general, but especially so in drag racing. Racing against Chase Cranmore in the 2017 Chevy Camaro. Cranmore running down track, 12.19 with a 5, 115 miles an hour. Left lane goes 13.41 with a 4 at 101. And that will bring up another not on file drive over here, TCS side. Correct myself, it's Brett Savage. Bringing it up over here in the Ford. Racing against Dustin Downing in his Mustang. Bit of movement for Dustin Downing. Got over towards the right side wall, but keeps that car straight and true. Downing goes 11.67, 130 miles an hour. Brett Savage goes 13.77 at 99. That'll bring up Ron Yaroshak, racing John Konowalchuk in the Ford Falcon. Another Corvette running down track. Racing against Karam Palmer. The GT500, no match for the Corvette. 1246, 117 miles an hour. Palmer goes 1263 at 116. And that brings up Xian Yen, the 2011 Honda, to race against another Pontiac Firebird, Lordco side. And now, folks, we have a very special car coming on up for you. This Ford Mustang GT could be yours to win. Come on over to the tower, take a picture, and scan the QR code that is on the doors and the hood. Or you can head over to our website, missionraceway.com, and scroll down to enter the contest entry on the homepage. Special thanks going out to Titanium Model Group, who is also the title sponsor of the strip. You can be the proud new owner of this beautiful car. Once again, that Mustang GT could be yours. If you want a chance to win it, then come on down to the tower. That car will be parked here. Scan that QR code. That is placed all over that car. Or you can head on over to the website at www.missionraceway.com and scroll to the bottom where the contest entry is still wide open. We'll be down for some track prep, and we'll be back out with some more action in a moment. So Jason Field will bring that door slammer up into the lanes. Now, I would get down to the fence if I was you guys, because this car is single-handedly the fastest car on the property, full stop. I guarantee you there's nothing here that will beat that thing in a straight line. Jason Field frequently runs in the Canada West Door Slammers category on JBS Equipment weekends, and I believe he'll be out when we go racing at the NHRDA races a week from now. Sponsored by Pump Fuel, Ritchie Racing Engines, Induction Solutions, and Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor under the hood of the Nova. This car frequently qualifies 10th or above in a 30-plus car field. And, well, that's not ideal.
Back up.
And how about that? He's going to back up. We'll allow a second attempt. It's a street legal night. That car a little detuned this afternoon. Making a shakedown pass, looking like shut it off just past the 8th mile mark. 6 seconds to the 8th mile, goes 10.74 at the quarter. Bring up Adam Blender. Pretty solid launch out of the gate for the Audi RS3. 941, 146 miles an hour. Right lane goes 1342 at 103. Brings up Ken Christensen in the Mustang, racing AJ Sandu in the 2019 Camaro. Sandu goes 1140 at 123. Christensen, slow roll. Something going to ride on that pass. Goes 1917 at 64. That brings up Lauren Stewart. And an unknown driver over in the Lordco lane. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes, motorcycles to the lanes. Motorcycles coming up to the lanes. Right lane goes 1210. Left lane 1262. Joel Smith will be the next one up to race Karen Price. Zap Strap Racing Pontiac for Jerry's OK Tire over here in the left lane. But it was due to be at least. Smith looking like maybe backing out and resetting for another pass here. Karen Price will be out on a single. Bring up Dean Henschke to race against Jeffrey Bellman. 1968 Cougar dubbed Lucy over there in the right lane. And a Ford over in the TCS lane. So the pair of Cougars going down track. Bellman gets there first, 11:25, 121 miles an hour. Henschke, 13:91 at 103. And, well, that's not an ideal lead for Tony Brand. Dallas Metters will run down track. Metters, 10:30 with the 0, 131 miles an hour. Tony Brand goes 10:37 at 127. And that brings up the Volkswagen Golf, driven by Razvan Dejan, racing against John Koosman in the White Cocoa Corvette. And that Corvette on a tear to the top end. 967, 142 miles an hour. Dejan goes 933 at 163. Both drivers on some hot passes. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Sport Compact, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Malia Basile is out. Raj Lal is out. Raj Lal bouncing around a little bit, trying to keep that car in the groove. Basile goes 968, 141 miles an hour. Lal goes 1054 at 136. Bring up Rob Monroe Jr., the Winter Harbor Marina 1969 Acadian, racing Mike Render in his Chevy S10 for Fountain Tire. Pair of bracket racers going head to head. .1053 with a 5, 114 miles an hour from Monroe. Render goes 1087 at 120.
Just 23, 2, 3.
We roll to motorcycles. Paul Sidar and Chris Rathy getting set to go up against one another. The Jicks are out in front. 989, 142 miles an hour. Chris Rathy goes 10-12 at 137. Bring up Tom Turand. Running that Daytona Motorsports Suzuki to face off against the Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Hayabusa. Turand, 873, 151 miles an hour. Craig goes 893 at 148. So we roll back into Sport Compact. So steady on into Sport Compact here. Mercedes coming on up over here, left-hand side, driven by Adrian Salsovic, and the BMW over in the Lordco side. Kevin Fast, the next one up. Running the Infiniti 635. Going up against the car over on the right-hand side. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Domestic to the lanes, domestic to the lanes, domestic. Come on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic to the lanes. Bring up Lucas Zhang in the BMW, racing Howlo in the Corvette. $11.13. 128 miles an hour. Howlo goes 12 seconds with a 4 at 1:16. Bring up a Mercedes. Racing, I believe that to be an Audi over there on the right-hand side. It's a Genesis, a G70. Noel Lagbass brings it up against Nav Dollywall. Dollywall goes 11.95 with a 5. 117 miles an hour. Lagbass goes 13 seconds flat with a 6 at 107. And Vikrant Brar going to be the next one up. 2017 BMW. Racing Jingzi Wang in the 2019 Audi. Wang will look to run that one down track. 10.84, 131 miles an hour. Brar goes 11.54 at 119. And we continue to steamroll through Sport Compact. Favjam Isopald in the 2018 Audi to go up against Corbin in the 2001 Volkswagen. $11.25 at 124 miles an hour. Corbin goes 16.24 at 88. And that rolls us to domestic. We'll kick it off with the Charger going up against the Corvette. Ishan Mann brings up a Hellcat facing off against Braden Alexander. You hear that turbo whine underneath that Dodge. Man goes 11.54, 122 miles an hour. Braden Alexander, 17.99 with a 9, 61 miles an hour. Brings up Jesse Kutzer in the 1970 Dart to race Rex Jessamine in the 1980 K5 Blazer. Jessamine gets there at a 12.40 with a 1, 110 miles an hour. Almost 3 seconds quicker than Kutzer, who went 15.06 at 90. And that brings up an as of yet unknown pickup to race against Darius Kendaya. The 2018 Camaro back out to party. with Kendai getting out there way in front. Jeff Nyland brings it up against Brock Barnes. Not the first time we've seen Barnes out in the Nova. .13.17 with an 8, 108 miles an hour. Nyland goes 14 seconds with an 8 at 103. Bring up another Dodge. The Challenger brings it up against Ryan Jansen's Chevrolet. So we got another Nova looking to make a hit. And I'm going to correct that and say a Chevelle going to run down track. While the Challenger is trying to take off after him. And by just 3 thou, the Challenger gets around him. 13.78, 105 miles an hour for the left lane. Right lane went 14.37 at 94. And that brings once again up the Dodge pickup facing off against Henry Kutzer's Dodge Dart. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Junior Street to the lanes. NHRA Junior Street to the lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Junior Street to the lanes. NHRA Junior Street to the lanes. Last few cars in domestic coming on around.
This is the last.
John Todman will race Brett Savage. Well, Savage left with a 2/10 advantage time, but that Camaro has got some top-end charge. Ah, it's not enough. Brett Savage, 16:22, wins it by just under 2/10. John Todman goes 16:17 at 90. And that'll be the last pairing up for domestic. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Outlaw lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 Outlaw, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now the junior street runners, once again coming up into the water box. The next great generation of racers at Mission Raceway Park, about to make some exhibition hits to the 8th mile.
Motorcycles, we're looking for you guys to lane 4, please. Motorcycles to lane 4. This is your call to the staging lanes. So the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals here at Mission Raceway Park. Beautiful evening. Nicest one we've had so far. We've had so many wet nuns, and we had one that was a cold night. Next pair of cars up. Rob Monroe on a single. Torque converter specialties, a TCS lane. Has a 921 reaction time. Goes through the top end, stops timers with a 1051 with a 4 at 129 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact, this is your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes, please. Jason Field normally runs our bracket series. He runs the door slammer category. He's from Mission City, British Columbia, Canada. Right? And he blows the tires off of it, gets off it, gets back on it. He'll get down the racetrack, and he'll stop the timers with an 1184 at 80 miles per hour. Tony Brand out of North Vancouver with the Nova, 73 Nova. 638 reaction time. Goes through, stops the timers up the top end with a 1034 at 128 miles per hour. Now we have the Win Me Mustang. Kevin Ness at the controls. Nolan, his passenger. The Win Me Mustang. 2:34 reaction time. A little bit better this time than last time. He goes on down through to the top end, stops the timers with 1540 at 93 miles per hour. You can win that car. And on how to win that car, the rules and stuff are on our Facebook page, and as well as Titanium's page. Moving into the motorcycles now. Corey Craig, Tower Lane. Over in the Lordco Lane, out of Mission, Lee Gallant. Corey's out of Chilliwack with a Hayabusa, and Lee's got a 08 Suzuki. Better reaction time going to Lee. Lee gets there first, stops the timers with a 940 at 144 miles an hour. Corey goes through at an 896, 153 miles an hour. TCS Lane, Chris Leake out of Chilliwack with his 03 Kawasaki, going up against Chris Leake, also out of Chilliwack, with his 16 Kawasaki. Better reaction time going to the Lordco Lane. Stop of the timers up the top end will be the Lordco Lane, goes through at a 1040, 140 miles an hour. Tower side of the racetrack goes through at 117 miles an hour, 12.39 seconds. Chris Rathie out of Abbotsford with his 08 ZX 10R, 1000 cc. It's got a 370 reaction time. And he stops the timers with a 1024 at 137 miles an hour. That brings that set of runs to a close for the motorcycle category. Next up will be Sport Compact. Lordco Lane, Kyle Rufus out of Abbotsford with a 2016 Audi. Tower side of the racetrack, it's an E63. 2019 out of Maple Ridge, Adrian Soucivic, I think. And Tower Lane gets there first, stops the timers with a 1020 at 143 miles an hour. Lordco Lane goes through at 1154 at 117 miles an hour. Next pair of cars coming up. You got Kevin Fast out of Langley with the 05 Infinity, Lordco side of the racetrack. And we got Mr. Lanoux, Tower side. 571 reaction time over there in the Lordco lane. A 1.23, little late over here in the TCS lane. Lordco lane gets there first, goes through with a 12.500, 116 miles an hour to 12.25, 111 miles an hour. Next pair of cars up, Owen Leibich out of Squamish with the 2012 Mercedes-Benz, has a 6:51 reaction time to Howlow's 1.2514 reaction time. Stopping the timers first will be the TCS lane with a 12.50 with a 7 at 112 miles an hour to the Lordco lanes 12.42, 111 miles an hour.
Next pairing running down track. We head on up in Sport Compact. Isopol goes 1094. 125 miles an hour. The Infinity, 1434 at 104. Brings up the Volkswagen Beetle. Heading on up over here, TCS side. Kevin Kaiser with that Honda K20 turbo motor underneath the hood, going up against Stephen Black in his BMW. Kaiser goes 12 seconds of the 5, 142 miles an hour. Stephen Black goes 12:32 at 123. That Beetle still with some pep in its step as ever. Lucas Zhang brings up next on that Volkswagen Golf. He'll race Steve Carmichael in the Honda. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Domestic to the lanes. Domestic, come on down to the staging lanes. Domestic, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Zhang goes 11:44 with the 7, 120 miles an hour. Steve Carmichael goes 13:07 at 115. Bring up Jackson, running that 2022 BMW 440i to race against well, it's a BMW sister car over there in the Lorco lane. I'll tell you that much. Bring out Corbin, running that Volkswagen to race Stephen Black, 2015 BMW M3, and Corbin will not beat the Beamer. 16:38 with the 3, 90 miles an hour. Corbin goes 16:83 at 88. And that will bring up the Corvette. Driven by Haolu to race against the Mercedes over in the... Sorry, no, that's a Dodge over there in the Lord Kill lane. Make that a Genesis, a G70 Genesis over in the Lord Kill lane. Now Dollywall trying to best the Corvette, but not going to get there. It was 11:76 at 118. That brings up Christian Gingaro, not dialed in, but driving that 2022 Volkswagen. Racing Jingzi Wang in the 2019 Audi TT. Wang out there in front, 12:56 with a 2, 87 miles an hour. Gingaro goes 15:03 at 96. Brings up Shubin Guan, a BMW F82, racing against Vikram Brar in that 2017 BMW. Brar goes 11:95 at 121. And a 14:57 at 113. Bring up Riley Erfel in a 2013 Subaru. Purple goes 1640 with the 2 at 89 miles an hour. And we roll into domestic. Next pairing up, Chris Armstrong and Jeff Nyland. Rex Jessman won the last pairing down track, and Armstrong going to get there first with this one by 0.2 of a second. The Dodge Dart bests Jeff Nyland's Chevrolet pickup. That brings up Ishan Mon with a 2018 Dodge Hellcat, facing off against Braden Alexander in that bright red 2021 Corvette. A lot of wheel spin off the hit for both cars. Hellcat getting out in front. 12:42, 122 miles an hour. Alexander goes 13:41 at 116. Len Benke takes the 1984 S10, best Matt Dawson's 92 S10, went 1480 to a 1674. Bring up a challenger. Racing Brent Elliott's 1986 El Camino. El Camino out with a bit of a hole shot. Hellcat trying to run him down. And not gonna get there. Brent Elliott hangs on in the El Camino. 12:26, 116 miles an hour. The Challenger goes 13:49 at 107. Well, this should be an easy one for the 2006 Corvette. Harry Witter going up against the the Dodge pickup, sorry. And even with about a 2.5 second hole shot, Whitler drives around him before the 8th mile mark and goes 12:47 at 118. And the truck, 1790 with an 8 at 81. Battlebrand Kevin Major, 1990 S10. Racing up against Mike Glockzin with a 69 Dodge. Major goes 12 seconds dead on with the 7 at the 10,000th. 113 miles an hour. Glockson goes 13:32 with a 2 at 104. And that takes up Ron Yaroshak, racing Jason Lynch. 69 Camaro over there. Very old style pickup running down track. Could actually get around Yaroshak here. Oh, just doesn't. 0.02 of a second separate them. 27th out to be precise. About the closest race we've had all evening. Left lane took that grudge match. That takes us to Jesse Kutzer with a 1970 Dart against Henry Kutzer. Kutzer goes 13.03 with a 708 miles an hour. Jesse Kutzer goes 14.79 at 91. Chris Beardshaw goes at a 69 Dodge Dart racing against Kai Johnson in a Chevy Camaro. Beardshaw goes 13.72 at 101 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Graham McNeil and Corey Whitelock. Well, McNeil's Mustang way out ahead of the GMC. And guess they're at a 12.84, 112 miles an hour. Whitelock goes 14.35 at 107. Steady on through domestic. Chris Parks racing Cam Penner. Parks out there first, 14.31, 96 miles an hour. Cam Penner goes 15.34 at 89. Jen Stoutenberg and Skylar Dueck. A 1980 Malibu facing off against the 2017 Charger, and it goes the way of the Charger. 12.90 with a 2, 112 miles an hour. 14.78 at 88 miles an hour in the Lorco lane. Or TCS lane, sorry, for the Malibu. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw, come on down to the lanes. Good deal of wheels been going on there for Dustin Downing and that Mustang on the right-hand side, but keeps in it. Chase Cranmore gets there first, 11.95, 116 miles an hour. Downing goes 12.01 at 131. Next pair, Jody King, Brock Barnes. 2006 Chrysler, 1974 Nova. And King gets there first by over a second. 11.84, 119 miles an hour. Barnes, 13.15, 110. AJ Bongo will be up next with the 2014 ATS machine. Running under that Cadillac with Riley Olson in the 2021 Ford. Ray Clark bringing it up against Darius Candia. And top end, Candia's Camaro will get there ahead of the Chevy Tahoe. We bring up the Firebird. So our next rotation comes to a close. Next up, it'll be Outlaw after a little bit more preparations down on the racetrack. So I want to once again take the time to thank Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring these Friday Night Street Legals. They, along with a lot of other sponsors, like TCS Transmission Products and Torque Converters, Lorco Auto Parts, and Titanium Auto Group, helped keep this track afloat year after year. This would not be possible without their support. And we ask that you support them in turn for helping to bring you all of these beautiful events. If you are curious, I'm coming out for a specialty event next week. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association will be out to party. They qualify Friday night, race on Saturday night. That'll be alongside a doubleheader run of the JBS Equipment ET Series. Saturday's the big show for the diesel guys. Come on out. You're not going to want to miss it. While we are, while I'm on the mic here, want to make an announcement. The beer garden is closing at 10 p.m. Beer garden is closing at 10 p.m. That is in about 43 minutes. So 43 minutes and the beer garden will be closed. As well as that, we are starting to see some people heading on out for the evening. Totally understand it, but please be careful when you're on your way out. Drive safe. Don't do burnouts on the exit roads. Follow the law when you're out there on the streets. After all, you're coming out of a racetrack. You got that all out of your system, right? Rolling back into Outlaw. Ken Christensen goes 1182, 119 miles an hour. Lawrence Stewart goes 1228 at 116. Ten to the pits, 10 to the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes, motorcycles to the lanes. Come on up, motorcycles to the lanes. Razvan Dejan running down track, trying to get out in front of Dallas Metters, and he makes the pass. How about that? Metters had a whole shot of almost a second. Dejan ran him down by 4/10 and got around him. That is a race right there, folks. Bring up John Koosman and Brad Thomas. The white Cocoa Corvette facing off against the mean green Lorco Auto Parts Mustang. And not even a contest. Corvette out in front. Crosses the quarter-mile mark where Thomas can get to the 8th. 978, 143 miles an hour. Thomas goes 15. As a pair of Novas run down track, want to make that announcement For those that are looking to get into the beer garden, this is your last call. Last call for the beer garden. Last call for the beer garden. And we're also going to make that a second call for motorcycles to the lanes. Motorcycles. This is your second call to the lanes. Motorcycles. Second call. And we're also going to call up Sport Compact. Sport Compact coming up to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're up next. Sport Compact to the lanes. Long wait for Cody Martin. And Karen Price, I think, left well before the tree was ready. And in fact, that's exactly what she did. So Price leaving well before that tree was ready. Cody Martin was left pinging off that chip on the starting beams. They'll give him another chance. Raj Lal running down track. As always, a lot of backfire from that Honda Civic. 10:40 with a 4, 141 miles an hour. We'll roll to motorcycles. And as always, the leaks bring up the way. This time, Charles Leak with a bit of a head start. Oh, Chris Leak playing with his food. Runs it down, makes that pass. 10:37, 140 miles an hour. Charles Leak goes 12:37 at 116. We roll to Sport Compact. Adrian Salsovic brings up the 2019 Mercedes E63. Facing off against Steve Carmichael in the Honda CRX. (10-14), 143 miles an hour. Steve Carmichael goes 14-61 with a 7 at 109. Next up, Lucas Zhang and Kyle Rufus. Rufus gets there first by 3/4 of a second, goes 11.50 with a 3 at 118. Zhang goes 11.76 at 119. Rolls us back to Riley Erfel, 2013 Subaru. Facing off against an Audi. Jingzi Wang still running that 2019 Audi TTRS. Soft launch, but now breaking in that top end charge against Christian Ginjaro. And the Volkswagen will get there second. Wang on the left side takes his Audi to an 11.11 with a 6 at 131. The Volkswagen 15.25 at 97. Bring it up with Stu Candia in the 2011 Mercedes E550, racing Sean Candia with the 2012 Audi. Well, this one won on the starting line. Stu goes 12.99 with a 4, 107. Sean goes 13.81 at 102. Uh-oh, problem set it in for Vikram Brar, traveling very slowly. While he's on his way to the top end, we're going to say attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic to the lanes. Domestic, come on up to the lanes. Domestic to the lanes. powering through domestic. Well, Joey Fu jumping the gun by a good bit. We'll bring up Matt Dawson and Len Benke. 1992 S10 to a 1984 S10. So the pair of pickups running down track. Almost a decade separate them. And Len gets there first, 1396, 100 miles an hour. Matt Dawson goes 1506.
One more rotation, open the lanes.
Also at 100. Dustin Downing, as always, kicking the tail end out as he tries to make a run. AJ Bangu going to go 13-16 at 102. And Dustin Downing goes 15-14 at 69. And here's Dave in that Pontiac Firebird facing off against Kaiser Wishart. Firebird running down track, but here comes Wisher trying to make the pass. Close race. Oh, Wisher gets him by half a second. And Dave goes 14-15 at 101. Bring up Graham McNeil and Chase Cranmore.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ford v Chevy battle, Mustang v Camaro. Nimar Maheru will take that Mustang to a 1267 at 116. Karam Palmer in the GT500 goes 1280 at 112. That brings up Jody King and Jordan Hildebrand. Attend to the pits, 10 to the pits. Junior Street to the lanes. Junior Street, we need you in the lanes. Junior Street, come on down to the lanes. Brock Barnes and Jesse Cutts are the next pair up. 1974 Chevy Nova going up against the Dodge Dart. Nova, with that jump, takes that one to a 12.65, 109 miles an hour. Kutzer goes 15.01 at 82. Chris Parks and Darius Kendaya, the next pairing up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to open the lanes, but listen closely. Before you jump to the pit, we have some conditions on this. Outlaw to lane 4. Outlaws, you can hot lap in lane 4 only. Outlaw to lane 4 only. Sport, compact, and domestic, along with any motorcycles if you're left, you can go to lanes 1, 2, and 3. So sport, compact, domestic, and more will be in lanes 1, 2, and 3, outlaw to lane 4, and we'll be hot lapping that throughout the rest of the night. That's once again, sport compact / domestic to lanes 1, 2, and 3, outlaw to 4. Lanes are open. Once again, we have opened the lanes. Lanes are open. Sport, compact, and domestic, you can come on up to lanes 1, 2, and 3. And hot lap in those 3 lanes only. Outlaw should be the only class in lane 4. Outlaw is the only class in lane 4. So once again, our NHRA Junior Stream members making their last exhibition passes of the afternoon. You're looking at the future generations of JBS equipment bracket racers and potentially even beyond. Only running out to the 8th mile mark, and once again, there has been a tent at the 8th mile mark all night long if you wanted to get involved in the Junior Street program. If you want to take a look at what a full race of these Junior Street cars looks like, you can come on out to the JBS Equipment ET Series double header 1 week from now, alongside the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Plenty of diesel vehicles will be out to play on Friday and Saturday nights, including some big rigs. So once again, we have opened up the lanes. Hot lapping is now available in the staging lanes. Outlaw, you can hot lap through lane 4. Outlaw through lane 4. Everyone else, lanes 1, 2, and 3, but the lanes are open for hot lapping. Jason Field comes on up for another hit. Chevy Nova with pump fuel in that car. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor under the hood. Sponsored by Rich Racing Engines, Induction Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Hutch's Transmissions. And tire shake, an aborted run for Field, trying to keep life in that car. And Field will be out on an aborted run. Dallas Metters brings it up against Lawrence Stewart. Mustang Fox body. Running up against that 2003 Mustang. .1096 at 122 miles an hour for Dallas Metters. Lawrence Stewart went 1375 at 71. Bring up Adam Blender and Karen Price. The 2018 Audi RS3 going up against that 1987 S10. Adam Blender goes 946, 146 miles an hour. Karen Price goes 1156 at 113. Bring up Ken Christensen in the 2014 Mustang. $11.91 and 118 miles an hour. Charles and Chris Leak, the next pair that run down track. Chris Leak a little bit out of the groove, goes 10:38, 141 miles an hour. Charles Leak goes 12:28 at 119. And now we roll to Harry Witter and Adrian Selkovich. The E63 Mercedes is off and away. Harry Witter's Corvette is in hot pursuit. We are now very much hot lapping domestic going up against Sport Compact on a consistent basis. Jingzi Wang gets there by just 2/10 ahead of his opponent in the Lordco lane. We'll move on to Owen Liebeck in that 2012 Mercedes, facing off against Nate Viano. Although not sure if that's the same Viano, it's a Dart that is facing off. Viano drives a Subaru. The hazards of hot lapping. Names can get jumbled. Owen Liebeck goes 12:49, 112 miles an hour. Viano goes 13:63 at 102. Next up, Brent Elliott in the El Camino racing Rex Jessamine. And problems for Ray Clark's Tahoe. Launched and broke something. They're going to have to try and back that car out. Looks like it's a broken rear end. Bring up a Subaru. BRZ going up against Steve Carmichael's Honda Civic. Honda getting out with good launch, so the hatchback on a tear. And goes 13:43, 113 miles an hour. That brings up Ryan Jansen and Chris Beardshaw. And by just 3.5 tenths, Beardshaw gets there in front of Jansen. Well, I don't think a Volkswagen Golf hatchback can do much against a Camaro. Camaro will go 12.48, 116. And the VW goes 15.78 and 95. See, this is ultimate grudge match time of the night, where we see all manner of cars pitted against each other. Sport compact, domestic, whatever it may be. Campaigner will bring up the Dodge. Right lane goes 13.26 at 108 miles an hour. Left lane goes 15.62 at 89. Brings up Stu Kendaya running that 2011 Mercedes. Going up against AJ Bangu in the 2014 Cadillac. $13.15, 104 miles an hour for Bangu. Kendaya goes 14.01 at 105. And that'll bring up Noel Lagbass in the 2022 Genesis. $13.43, 105 miles an hour. Right lane, 14.80 with 1 at 101. Couple of motorbikes coming on up, and guess what? It's the Leaks. Charles and Chris. Who would have thought? Charles already fully staged, waiting on Chris. Chris Leak in hot pursuit of Charles. Trying to get there. Chasing. Doesn't get there. Charles Leak. I think that's his first victory on the night. Chris Leak a bit too much of a head start this time. And it's another Camaro brought up over here, driven by Darius Kendaya. Sean Kendaya over in the Lord Kill lane. Darius takes it by under a second. 13.24 at 106. Sean Kendaya goes 14.06 at 97. Max Lee brings up the BMW M8 to race against Chris Armstrong. Still seeing a lot of cars swinging around, making those last hits on the afternoon. The Kendia's sure getting a lot of mileage out of all of these hot lapping sessions they're getting this afternoon. Pair of Mercedes coming on up. Owen Liebich over in Lorco lane. 12:45, 113 miles an hour. Stu goes 15:15 at 102. We'll roll to some outlaw cars. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The lanes are closing in 5 minutes. The lanes are closing in 5 minutes. So if you want to get down to the lanes, now is the time to do it. You have 5 minutes to get into the staging lanes. And that's a jump and a half for Darius. And that motorbike going to be on an easy pass out to the quarter. We'll bring up Jesse Kutzer in the 1970 Dart to race Brock Barnes in his Nova. Ton of wheel spin off the hitch, but able to get that car rolling. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. The lanes are now closed. The lanes are now closed. Lanes, once again, are closed. Stu Kendaya running against Harry Witter. Cars still ripping out to the top end of the racetrack. Some of the last passes on the night. So this will be the last pass of the night. Darius Kendaya and Chris Armstrong. A good, bright and new Chevy Camaro racing against a very old classic Dodge Dart. You know what's more impressive than a quad zip? A quad 5. 5.555 on the reaction time. That's almost more impressive than anything. To the quarter-mile mark, Darius Kendaya takes it over Chris Armstrong. And with that, that is going to do it for the next round of the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legal. Want to thank again everybody for coming on out to join us here on a beautiful Friday night. And once again, want to give a big shout out to Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring these evenings and making them possible for all of you. Be sure to drive safely and respectfully on your way out. And we will see you in 2 weeks when we return for the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legal Series. One last note, there is to be no camping on the pit side. So if you think about camping there, no sir, you gotta go. No camping on the pit side.